Hey everybody, welcome. We are here day 2 at KubeCon, Cloud Native Con here in Paris, France, 2024. Weather gets better every day. It's been beautiful, and this week I think it's getting kind of even warmer.
It's lovely.
So great time to get out and do some good things. And I tell you, the crowds here at KubeCon have been kind of blown me away. I mean, the attendance here is twice what I expected. I mean, you kind of think about the progression, from the last couple of KubeCons, and they were good. They were building back. This one seems like we've jumped up there.
Definitely.
Let me introduce you first, so you're just not some random guy showed up and started talking here. Morgan McLean with Splunk, and also one of the co-founders.
Yep.
Right, with CNCF and on the governance board.
Or OpenTelemetry.
OpenTelemetry, sorry. OpenTelemetry. Yeah, you found the whole thing yourself, right?
Be quite
giving you a lot of credit here. So anyway, welcome. It's good to see you again.
Yes, likewise. Great to see you.
Yeah, nice. So we were talking. We're just a few days past the Cisco deal coming through.
Yes, on Monday. Yeah.
On Monday. So I was like, wow, that happened. I didn't realize that was going to happen that quickly.
My impression is it happened sooner than expected. At least that's what they'd said publicly and to Wall Street. So I don't have a huge amount to share on it as a result. I've also been here while most of the wheels have been turning. But it is exciting. I mean, Splunk certainly is an observability and a huge security vendor. Cisco has its own huge investments in things like App Dynamics, Cisco Cloud Observability, and various other security solutions like Thousand Eyes. So I think the combination of those is very, very exciting.
Yeah, when the announcement was made about the acquisition, very clearly Cisco positioned it as a security, you as a security company. We know you do security
Splunk does a lot. I think if you ask
the
average person, I think the security part tends to be the bigger, more well-known part, but of course it's long histories and observability, and that's certainly what I work on as well.
Yeah. Do you anticipate being positioned primarily as a security in the security solution space, or that being one along with,
I'm the wrong person to ask.
You're okay, all right.
I know we're working hard planning things for what's going to happen next for observability. I'm sure Cisco or someone way above me on the pay grade will have more to share on.
Those decisions will roll out eventually here, okay.
Yeah.
Probably in your email, our emails
probably when I finally catch up with all my emails,
Well, good. Well, best of luck and congratulations.
Yeah, well, I think it's exciting for us, exciting for our customers, exciting for Cisco certainly as well, and we'll see what comes next. I mean, certainly in my neck of the woods, Cisco is also a major contributor to OpenTelemetry. Splunk, of course, everybody knows has been one of the biggest. And so that alone is a really interesting combination, right? Because we have two companies that have already made that major bet on this open standard.
Yeah.
So I'm sure just from OpenTelemetry and our usage of it and the expansion of the standard itself, there's going to be a lot of great things in the road ahead.
I was trying to think what's changed from the time when the deal announced to when it's now happened. Yeah. And one of the things, not directly, but still related, is how much generative AI has taken off and the whole AI mantra. So tell us a little bit about, it doesn't have to be about Cisco specifically, or it could be about Splunk, but also what's happening with OpenTelemetry. Where is AI fitting into the whole picture?
Certainly at Splunk we have our own AI investments we've been making across the product portfolio. I think we've shown off a fair amount of what will be available from Splunk Enterprise, or possibly Splunk Cloud rather, for what people can use for that. Not something I'm incredibly familiar with, but the demos I've seen both internally and externally are quite exciting. Splunk Observability is also making its own AI investments, but to me, just for reference for everybody, I mostly work on OpenTelemetry and instrumentation, getting data in. And so for me, the exciting part of that is how do we extract data from some of these AI systems? And secondly, what AI analytics can we perform if we have the correct data? And I think last time we chatted, possibly in Chicago, we were talking about the value of OpenTelemetry for AI-based systems, in that OpenTelemetry, yes, people know it as a set of SDKs and agents and things that allow you to extract metrics, traces, logs, soon profiles, soon other types of data from your systems, and go and go and analyze that somewhere. That's great. One of the other nice things about OpenTelemetry is the data is really nicely structured. And so if you have AI-based analytics, much like if you have traditional-based analytics, having that data that's properly structured is going to derive significantly better insights. An AI system cannot compensate for having data that's really, really low quality. With OpenTelemetry, you're ensuring that your data is high quality. So we talked about that at length before. I think it's relatively sort of self-evident, the benefits of that. There's also work going on in the OpenTelemetry community that's just started. So like literally in the last few weeks, people have been coming together on this. So there's nothing to show for it yet, but there's lots of interest in this. And that's using OpenTelemetry to monitor ML and AI systems, right? So I believe one of the big goals of this, amongst others, is that if you're actually going and creating your own AI model, you are burning tremendous amounts of compute, right? Typically on GPUs, to go do all the training for it. And OpenTelemetry, certainly in the past, could be used to extract metrics and traces and logs and other things from those systems, but there were no sort of first-class affordances for it. Like, it's not like people in OTel had sat down and spent hours, days, weeks, months thinking about like, hey, if I was doing an AI training system, what data would I want, and how do I make this easier to use? And so what's happened recently is a lot of people getting together to actually focus on that within the OpenTelemetry community. So I think in the coming weeks and months, we're going to see like what their actual plans are, and then they'll sit down and actually implement that. I would expect there'll be additions to our semantic conventions to at least sort of normalize the data coming out of training, sort of feeding back on what I was talking about earlier about having better structured data, but also various integrations or hooks into systems that might not exist today that mean that if you are building your own AI model, you can better monitor it, better understand where your costs are going, and perhaps optimize those.
It's great to hear that news too, because AI can be such a black box to many folks,
kidding.
right?
Yeah.
Except the people that build it oftentimes, and sometimes even that is not, it's non-deterministic.
Exactly,
you know.
in a way that like most software thus far in human history has been, very sort of imperative, like very like, you're a developer, you write a bunch of code and you can read what it does and you know what it does, and certainly for these AI systems, it's training something that like, we understand it's a giant...
but it's discrete, right? It's discrete math, discrete logic, and you know what the result should be under a certain set of conditions.
Yes, and so you're right, it is more of a black box that people have sort of less visibility into, whether that's the AI model itself responding to various prompts or other things with generative AI, or if that's the actual training process for the AI. And so getting more visibility in that's going to be exciting. It means you might be able to be wildly more efficient with your AI training process, or more efficient with the compute and memory and everything you're expending on your models once they're actually in operation.
I wonder too how much we'll be able to leverage, we should be able to leverage the learnings from applying observability to security, applying it to distributed and microservices, cloud native applications. AI's got its own characteristics, we've been talking about it, and more. So rather than just throwing data into Splunk or an observability platform, right? What are the ways to help make sure, observable driven design, I guess the term is, if I have that right. So that way, as you start to use those kind of tools together with AI systems.
Correct.
You get some more meaningful, higher value, context aware.
I think that's the excitement, is like, I've seen around the marketplace, like not just at Splunk, like a lot of firms have launched some level of AI features or features where, in particular, using like generative AI to do things like make queries easier to write, right? So I know Splunk has investments in this they've been showing off, and certainly other vendors do as well, where you can write you can type into a prompt thing, sort of a query, but more in plain English or whatever other human language you use.
Natural language,
and it actually turns that into a query underneath, and that's very nice, right? And there's similarly, I've seen AI assistants from Splunk and from others where they're showing sort of questions, effectively for documentation or help, right? People like, how do I set this up? It goes and gives them a guide. But I in this industry where we're analyzing reams and reams of data to give people valuable insights into it, whether it's for security, whether it's for improving the performance of their services or infrastructure or stopping outages or what have you, I think the thing that people have a bigger long-term interest in is applying machine learning and various AI advancements to actually performing analytics on that data, right? Analytics that they couldn't have achieved before. I don't work on AI at Splunk, but I imagine that there's sort of major investments coming in that, and so there should be a fair amount of excitement, I think, going forward about
very
what's
cool.
to come.
Tell us about kind of the OTel side, the CNCF OTel, what's happening.
Yeah, lots of excitement in OpenTelemetry. So when we talked in Chicago last November, OpenTelemetry just added logs That was very exciting for the project. So if you're not as familiar with OpenTelemetry, it allows you to capture data from your infrastructure applications. In 2021 or late 2020, we launched support for distributed traces. 2022, we added metrics as the next signal type. Last year, we added logs. There's numerous projects underway right now. Probably the most visible is profiling. So there's a large group of people working on adding profiling as a fourth signal type to OpenTelemetry. So we have a number of contributors like Ryan and Dimitri from Grafana Labs and a number of people from Splunk and various other companies who are going and working on this. As someone who much earlier in my career was working on a distributed profiling tool that was incredibly powerful, but I never saw profiling tools generally gain like mass adoption. This is very, very exciting and very like validating to things that I'd worked on a long time ago, finally hitting the mainstream. Because the power of this, I think, is not quite understood by a lot of end users or just sort of the general public. Like profiling, the insights it can derive, particularly around like cost management, how to better optimize your compute, how to make things faster, is incredibly potent. And a lot of the biggest firms in the industry, Google and Meta and various others, have made major investments in this long ago because they saw the benefit of it. Bringing this to the mainstream so that everyone can take advantage is huge. Like, I say this is like, Splunk Observability, we've had a profiling product for some time, it's been very effective, been very successful. But when I look broadly, it's still not as well known as, say, metrics, as a signal. It's not as well known as like metrics or logs or anything else. I think OpenTelemetry fully supporting it's going to give it that boost it needs and make it really easy, really ubiquitous for people and easy to set up. So that's probably the most visible thing that's happening in OpenTelemetry. But there's tons of work going on different things. I mentioned the semantics for AI, but there's actually work overhauling our semantic conventions right now for most different types of data. And so that means when you get an HTTP request over here from a service running in, say, ASP.NET and one from Java over here, they have the exact same semantics about latency and error rate and throughput and the host they're running on, the service they're running on. And so that effort is perhaps less visible, less talked about, but it's really, really critical to the project's success and to delivering value to anyone who uses OpenTelemetry. And there's numerous other things we're working on in the community. Beyond that, like obviously we have a huge number of developers. I think in November we said we had 1,100 monthly active developers pushing code into OpenTelemetry. I haven't checked the numbers since then, but one imagines it's gone up.
Pretty amazing numbers, but
it's incredible. It's the second most active project in the CNCF. It's been that way since 2020. I'll be honest, when we started OpenTelemetry, I thought maybe 50 people at most would work on it, and that would be a pretty good number.
That's
I would have been very happy.
More than a two pizza team, right?
Yeah, and you could ship some stuff, but like the amount of things we ship, the number of languages we support now, the fact that we have full support for logs already, and we have this huge community pushing features into the collector, like things like pre-processing that people now take for granted and use all over the place, and that's great. Like a lot of this wasn't even originally in scope for the project, and it's amazing that we've delivered these things, and now they're, you walk along the floor here, they're super common. And so like just because I'm mentioning profiling and semantic conventions and other things, like there's over 1,000 people pushing code into this thing every month. Like there is a ton of work going on in every single language, support for every single language with the core features of the collector, the protocol and everything else within OpenTelemetry. There's tons and tons and tons happening right now.
How well is OpenTelemetry tied into kind of the infrastructure as code community? Everybody always thinks of Terraform as one of the largest, of course. But with GitOps and automation, and that's as much as the software deploying now as the app code and other infrastructure software along with it. So
it's tied in the sense that it's just another artifact, really, with configuration that you would use those tools to deploy and manage, which is probably sort of the highest praise you could give it, right? Like it's just another thing that you would use with Ansible or with Terraform or with whatever configuration or management tools you're using or deployment tools that you're using. There is work, I neglected to mention earlier, there is work going on in OTel about improving its ease of management, both through the op-amp protocol so you can manage it live, but also through different ways of configuring things, whether it's through files or environment variables. But regardless, like today, since day one, really, like OpenTelemetry's been a very, I think, sort of successful part of that story because it's not opaque. It's not an agent that only receives commands from a command and control server somewhere over here that you can't actually manage, right? Like because it uses the collector, for example, uses YAML files for config, or looks at environment variables for config, and the same is true for the language instrumentation. That makes it really, really easy to manage with any standard tool. And if you're using the SDKs to instrument things, well, that literally is code. And so that makes it easy to manage through GitHub and through, or really whatever code repository you're using and whatever deployment system you're using.
So one last question, I promise it's not a trick question.
Sure.
I saw on one of the placards at a booth,
Yeah.
I won't say whose it was, but the tagline was, monitoring is dead. We had DevOps is dead, and everything else has been dead at one point, and now, so, Elvis left the building, well, he's back, right?
Yes.
When you hear people say things like that, is monitoring still one of the fundamental elements of this, or we kind of move past that into a next generation of...
Monitoring is a very expansive term, so if I assume the intent of whoever wrote this was saying like monitoring as in like pure infrastructure monitoring, as in you're running a large, a highly distributed web application, and the way that you're determining if something is wrong is staring at a bunch of dashboards of your CPU and memory consumption and inferring from that whether you
SMB traps that are flagging.
Yeah, that's dead in the sense that you still have those graphs somewhere, and you do have alerts on some of that maybe, but really what you're doing is you're looking at the performance of your application, right? You have, whether it's using SLOs or just generally looking at things like the latency or error rate or throughput or availability of your endpoints or of your client applications or of sort of critical processes that are happening. Like, yes, the pure infrastructure, that style of monitoring is dead, but it's still a thing you're doing. It's more that it's expanded, right? You've gone from monitoring infrastructure, from just staring at CPU and memory graphs and others, to looking more in depth at the performance of your infrastructure and getting breakdowns of it, and then your actual alerting and everything else tends to be on the performance of the application. And the reasons for this are relatively obvious, right? If you're staring at a graph of CPU consumption and it's in the 90s, that might mean something's wrong. It might also mean that your system's really well optimized and well utilized.
Yeah, that's a good point, yeah.
Yeah, and you're not spending more on compute than you need to be. And so really what you want to look at is like, what is the end user performance, right? When they're opening an app or my website or somehow communicating with my APIs or using my services, are they responding the way I expect? Or are they getting errors? Are they getting the right responses back? Is it actually available? Are they getting anything back? What's the latency of those responses and various other factors like that? But you may still eventually jump to that CPU data or something.
Could be one of the root cause. One of the data elements, one of the parameters what you're looking at, right? Maybe a health status.
It's the reason we use tracing, right? Like it's the reason that APM existed. But so I would say like monitoring is dead in the sense that like that act of staring at very specific dashboards of infrastructure data, it's not really relevant anymore.
Maybe standalone is the state of the art. Yeah, that isn't all we use today.
But you're using an observability solution that includes that and many other things.
Right.
So monitoring isn't dead. It grew into observability along with APM and everything else. Yeah,
it grew up into something else.
And it's a controversial phrase because even if I use an observability tool, half the time I'll probably use the word monitoring to describe what I'm doing with it, and that's not technically accurate, but like it still describes the human act of using my observability tool.
Got it. Well, thanks for spending some time with us and
likewise.
Sharing what's happening in Cisco Splunk world. And open telemetry and AI, kind of hitting a lot of hot topics
happening.
Here,
it's a very exciting time to be at Splunk. I imagine at Cisco as well, just given that all these great things are coming together. It's also just an exciting time generally in industry of all this sort of, I think, excitement. I don't know I'm overusing that word, but about what's happening with AI and ML and other systems. It's invigorating. It's really, really cool.
It's a great time. I mean, the attendance here and the buzz here is a good data point of demonstrating that. So great to see you again.
Yes, likewise.
Look forward to our next KubeCon or whatever event it is that we chat.
Likely KubeCon, yeah.
Likely KubeCon. We'll have to send each other a note on predicting what we might be talking about then.
Might be more of the same, might be totally different.
You never know. Great. Like I said, we have fantastic interviews, wonderful people, talent, people that are, really leading the charge in observability, in cloud native, in our industry. So thanks for listening to our first interview. Stay tuned. We have a whole day. We are packed. Our schedule's full. So don't go anywhere. Same bat station, same bat channel. We'll be right here. Hey everybody, welcome back here at KubeCon, Cloud Native Con in Paris, France. Day 2 that we're doing interviews, a lot of activities happening. It's got the same buzz as day 1. The attendance is fantastic and it's really got a buzz. And I'm joined by an ambassador for the CNCF, Lisa Nampi. Welcome, good to be chatting with you.
Thank you very much.
I had privilege talking with somebody who's so involved with the CNCF.
Yeah, well actually being an ambassador, I don't work as directly with all parts of the CNCF. I work with the ecosystem mostly, and that's what ambassadors do. We're sort of the bridge between the community and the CNCF. And I've had the privilege of representing this community for many, many years. And wearing the ambassador title for I think 3 or 4 years now, at least. I was kind of early adopter ambassador. So it's really fun, and conferences like this are great. We recruit new ambassadors, but mostly we just help people, whether you're an ambassador or not, figure out how you can get more involved in the community, whether it's with the projects or running user groups like I do in the San Francisco Bay Area. There's lots of ways to get involved with this wonderful community.
Now, do you focus on a certain subset of projects? Is that how you kind of define what your work is, or you do a lot of different things?
For me, I started out focusing on infrastructure and OpenStack, and then Kubernetes, and even Docker, and then I just realized in our community in the San Francisco Bay Area, we had a lot of end users who wanted to solve day 2 problems, and I really kind of geared our user group to showcasing end user stories, which is one of my favorite things to do anyway, because I think it's a really interesting conversation.
It's real, really quick.
And you can get people up there who are really doing it, and they can help other people solve. We're all trying to solve the same problems. This technology is evolving very quickly, and there's always something new. And especially in the San Francisco Bay Area, we really want to get our hands on whatever the new thing is. Most people just roll their own vanilla Kubernetes, as they call it. And so there's a lot of challenges. And so if you can talk to other users about what's going on, which is why I love today. Today is like end user day. I don't know if you saw the keynotes, but it was really great to hear from all those end users in the ecosystem.
I knew they had a big lineup. Yeah, I usually miss it because I'm here doing some other interesting things too. Well, let's talk about DevRel too. I mean, given a community kind of role, and I know you've been active in that kind of a role, and I guess you've given it a title for a few years now. But it's a really different philosophy about how we interact with customers. Mainly driven by how the customer wants to be interacted with, or the users, that being developers in that community. What for people who don't know exactly what DevRel is, how would you describe it?
Well, it's a very fluid description. It kind of depends on what you need it to be. Whoever is paying you to do it wants it to be, and what their goals are for their company. Because you have tech evangelists, dev advocates, you have so many different parts of DevRel, and most of us who are doing this have been doing this before it even had a name or a title. Somebody pointed out to me that I started the first ever Oracle user group, Oracle Tools user group, when I was at Oracle many, many years ago. Never occurred to me that I was doing DevRel back then. I think Guy Kawasaki gave it a name at some point when he was at Apple with dev advocacy. But yeah, I think now it's really understanding how you can be a bridge between your community and your company and the goals of your company, or whether it's a project. Maybe you're doing DevRel for a project like Kubernetes. That might be a little different, and you're trying to attract contributors and then trying to make sure that ecosystem is happy and healthy and vibrant and continuing on. So when I talk about DevRel, I always ask people, what is it that you want to get out of it? Are you trying to run a community like user group around a technology, or are you trying to do this within a company and you're trying to get developer adoption on your platform, or are you trying to do this for your customers? One of the recent arcs of DevRel that I've noticed in the last, I would say, 5 or 6 years, startups need you initially to use your DevRel skills to put brands on the map, to get visibility at events like this, and to get those early adopter customers really happy and users of the product. And if you have an open source version of the product, then you have another community that you may or may not know how to access, and how do you get more involved with your open source users. So those kind of things, and it's about supporting them and having happy end users. But then it kind of it evolves a little bit as the company grows, you have put the brand, if you're good at your job, within 2 years maybe you have put your brand on the map and you don't really need that as much, but you need to ensure customer success. So you've had your early adopter customers, but then the programs shift and you need to go into those companies and focus on expansion deals. How are you going to make sure that those early deals become a bigger thing, and people don't always understand how DevRel can play a part in that. You can go in, at my last company I was at Cockroach Labs, and we did something we called infestation days, because an infestation of cockroaches, but we went into our customer sites and we helped the customers be successful with developers that didn't already use us. So maybe you have one team that you have advocacy in, but you want to get into other business units, and so you can create a day of workshops or something where you go in. There's lots of ways that we can go in and work with developers in a company that is already a customer, and I found that's been an effective method for some of these companies to be able to grow and to evolve their DevRel programs, rather than having everybody in DevRel say, okay, budgets are getting tight and they don't need us anymore and we're just going to go off and build something else somewhere else. You can do that, or you can understand, we can show ROI from our programs now differently than we used to be able to, and we can show companies that we can really affect sales, we can affect the bottom line, and we can definitely help with expansion deals.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I like that you described one aspect of it is kind of think about it as evangelism, right? Getting the branding and awareness out there. But it's really also about adoption, right? Because so many things can stand in the way of, I know we bought this tool or we're considering it, but I've got so much on my plate, I don't have time to learn a new thing, or I make up what I think might be the challenges that I'd have to go through to start using this, and having someone who can kind of close that loop for me really quick and say, here, you do these 3 things, you'll be up and running. I can show you the quick path here, or help you solve a problem, like this came up at our user group last week, and somebody had the exact same thing you're asking about, and here's what was suggested and some ideas. You're sort of that knowledge, resource, and connective tissue for all those different communities.
Yeah, and you might have teams of people who are writing sample apps and building tutorials and helping people get started and solve those problems. Or I always say that docs is one of the most important parts of any of these projects, and you have to, especially open source projects, if anyone wants to know how you can really make meaningful contributions, please consider
every project always needs that help.
Yeah, and I've worked at companies that have had great docs. I always say docs are your original DevRel folks, right? Especially when you're first starting out. So docs is really, really important to customer success and to end user success. But yeah, you are a bridge between all of those things. You're listening to the community, and you're hopefully bringing that feedback back to the company, and also just you're bringing the fun of the technology to the community as well. Hopefully, you're evangelizing something you're super passionate about, and then that's just a natural. It's like, hey, let's build this and have fun.
Makes all the difference. Yeah, when you believe in it, it's a lot easier to help other people.
Yeah.
Well, let's turn to kind of what's happening at the event here. I don't know about you, a lot of people are impressed by the attendance, the buzz, the energy, the activity, who's coming, how many, it's not just a vendor show where it's like most of the vendors sitting around talking to each other. There's a lot of, practitioners and end users and people on projects. Why do you think we've kind of gone to this next level of what's happening at KubeCon in terms of activity and attendance?
I think there's been a lot of tags and SIGs that are focusing on things that aren't just technology. So today the keynotes were all about sustainability and climate. And some of the end user awards went to Shopify and CERN, and people that are really paying attention to this. There was a great talk by a guy from Deutsche Bahn, really talking about sustainability and how important this is. I actually I'd never heard this before, but I heard somebody who couldn't make it here because they had already used up their carbon tokens for their company for the year.
I've not heard that either. Yeah.
I mean, I was really amazed that companies are starting to pay attention to these things, and so I think having the conversation at a show like this switch to those kind of things, and having there's an environmental sustainability tag that Leo runs. He's also a CNCF ambassador. A lot of the community is starting to focus on these things, and from a technical standpoint, not just evangelists and activists for
not
climate
just a
change.
good thing to do. Here's
Yeah,
what we can
exactly.
do to
And
make
it's
a
not like,
difference.
okay, we're all going to march, with science. It's like, no, we're going to figure out the technology that's going to make a difference here and really solve problems because we are a technical community. So I think there's a lot of really cool things like that. There's a lot of talk about AI, of course. My talk later today is about AI
Of course,
and
absolutely.
data and how
Good.
that's going to impact. And so I think, just always keeping the conversation really current and what do people want to talk about, and showcase as many user stories as you can, because that's the cool part. And then there's just so many projects that people are involved. I mean, so many, and so there's always something new happening that someone's building, and we talk about that stuff here too. So yeah, I love how it's grown. I love how global it is. And the European ones are always really amazing to me because I feel like in Europe they get cloud, a little bit differently and a little bit better maybe, or faster. Or just the way that we can talk about cloud as a solution here in Europe, I think makes it really exciting. So we end up having a lot of people coming here to actually talk about, to talk to vendors about, how do you solve these problems and how should I?
Very nice. It kind of feels like there's something here for everybody, right? If you're just getting started, if you're heavily engaged in projects and doing great things, or trying to reach out to customers and partners and other practitioners. So yeah, there's a time and a moment where things kind of converge, and it seems like that nexus has happened at this particular KubeCon. So
yeah, you
well,
can
Lisa,
feel
it's
it.
been a lot of fun, and good luck with your talk.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Two of my favorite topics, AI and data.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I'm going to have to check it out, see what you have to say. Great. Well, thank you for joining us. And if anybody's interested in doing more with CNCF, maybe they'd like to eventually become an ambassador or play some bigger role. How do they do that? How do you kind of step up and say, hey, I might want to help a little more or get involved?
Yeah. So going to user groups, being part of meetups in your area, running user groups is a great way. That's the original ambassadors, that was a requirement, is building communities. Now there's other requirements, your DevSat scores, how much you're contributing to projects if you're a maintainer on a project. So there's lots of things you can do. There's a website, if you just kind of Google CNCF ambassadors, they have the whole description of the program on the site and what the requirements are to apply. But really the thing is, the people who are ambassadors, we get the tiara after we've been doing it for a while, so just do the things in the community, get involved in the community, write those docs, and then after you've been doing that, definitely apply, because it's a great community with itself. The ambassadors really support each other, and it's a really good program. But get involved first, and then the ambassador program will be available.
I think that's sage advice. Sounds good. Well, Lisa Nampi, who is a CNCF ambassador and has a talk coming up today, please check that out if you're here with us. If not, stay tuned. We have more great interviews with amazing people like Lisa, and it's just a privilege to be able to talk to such influential people that are making a difference in our community. So thank you, Lisa.
Thank you so much.
Stay tuned. We'll be back with another great interview. Don't go anywhere. Hey everybody, welcome back. We are back from our lunch break here at KubeCon with more fantastic guests. It's kind of like friends, family, and acquaintances, and colleagues, and new friends that we've met. But here's a old friend. She's not old, but she's an old friend. Adriana Villela, who is Senior Staff Developer Advocate.
There you go. I know, it's a mouthful.
That's quite a lot of syllables.
You need an acronym. You need an acronym for
it.
With
ServiceNow. Yeah, you need an acronym. One more acronym. Hey,
right?
That can't hurt, right? It's good to have you. I mean, you are a regular on lots of things, DevOps Unbound and panels we do on anytime it's about SRE or platform engineering, observability, operations.
It's my jam.
Culture. You know, the number of things that you talk about on our shows and our panels is just cover so many areas, and it comes from your background. It comes from your experience. You're not just kind of learn the features on the product and I can talk about it, right?
Yeah.
You've lived it.
With blood, sweat, and tears.
With blood, sweat, and tears. Maybe more tears sometimes.
Some days.
Some of those, the toil is real, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, let's love to have you share your journey. Talk about your journey of where you've gone. Oftentimes, I think about you in the SRE vein of things, but you're much more deeper, wider than that in terms of your expertise.
Yeah, I mean, because I started off my career in software engineering, so I was a Java developer for like 15, 16 years.
Really? That long? I didn't realize that.
I know. And it's funny because like Java, I don't love Java anymore because ever since I learned Python, I'm like, oh, that's way cooler.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. I used to do a lot of Java, but now it's all Python.
Yeah, it's way more fun. So yeah, and then I got into a job where I actually took a break. I decided I wanted to quit tech. So I was working at a bank for 5 years at this point, and I'm like, I'm kind of done with tech. I want to be a professional photographer. I quit for a year to run my own business. And I learned so much from that because like I am a shy person and it's really hard for me to come up to people and talk to them. And I had to get out of that mindset as a professional photographer trying to put my business out there so that people, knew I existed. So I had to develop, those social skills. I had to, I put out a newsletter, I wrote blog posts, managed my own website, I ran the business by myself, and I took the photos, of course. And I call it the best, worst year of my life because I realized at the end of the year, I could keep it up and perhaps, I'll start making money because I wasn't at the time. And I restructured, I think I have a real appreciation for new vendors because they're like, how do we price things? That was so difficult for me as a photographer. How do I price my packages where people, appreciate the work that I put in, but they're not like, oh my God, this is ridiculous, right? So I could have continued down that vein, but I realized, that's not what I really love. I love the tech side of things. So I decided, this was great. It was a cleanse. I came back into tech super refreshed. And then I got into the DevOps space kind of by accident because when I came back, I was managing an upgrade for a vendor product. And everything that could go wrong did go wrong. And then I remember...
It happens on most software projects. But
right?
Okay.
I mean, that's how we learn. And my dad, who's also in tech, he's like a software architect. He learned Rust for fun last year.
Yeah, isn't he like Boeing or some
he worked
government
for
manufacturer?
Accenture for a really long time. Okay. And then he worked on the Obamacare.
That's what he did.
Yeah. So when they came back to save it.
I think it was Accenture
he was
that went
on
back
the
in to
saving
fix
side.
it, right?
So and he's like, you should check out this DevOps thing. I'm like, what? And
what every father says to his daughter, right? Check out DevOps.
So I started poking around, and I'm like, this magical thing is going to make my life better. And then it happened that the bank that I quit and then I returned to a year later, they were standing up a DevOps practice, and so they brought me in as a DevOps coach, and I actually ended up becoming I ended up managing the team that was basically bringing the transformation to the bank, to the entire bank. So we had to talk to everybody, get them excited. So those skills on the blogging and the newsletters and all that stuff, it was
running
internal
a business,
evangelism.
interfacing with customers,
Exactly.
people, and we can be introverts. I'm an introvert too.
Exactly.
But you can still really enjoy interfacing with people and talking with people. Coaching them.
Exactly. So yeah, I mean, that's how I got my foot into the DevOps world, and started to, managing like large enterprise initiatives. So I've seen what works, what doesn't work. I mean, what we see in a lot of large enterprises is that they're constantly changing, right? To the point where you get transformation fatigue. So what we had to do was go in and I know you've seen so many different transformations over the course of the years.
We used to say, this too shall pass.
This too shall,
one of the enterprises I was in.
Exactly.
Just hang on, and that sort of kind of undermines it by doing that.
Well, that's the thing, right? Because everyone is so sick and tired of it. And so I was trying to really get people excited, because I believed in DevOps so much that I'm like, no, this thing is totally worth it. You have got to listen to me. So I think that, enthusiasm kind of got people like, oh, this sounds awesome. So yeah, I mean, that's how I got onto that path.
Then where did sort of the observability, SRE, those things start to fit in?
So after I left my bank job in 2020, I decided I don't want to manage people anymore. I just want to be an individual contributor. And I ended up working on a release engineering team for a bit, and that's where I picked up, I'd say, most of my Kubernetes skills. I knew some Kubernetes before because we were using OpenShift, but I feel like it kind of obscures some of the more fundamental Kubernetes things, which I think I appreciated after the fact. I'm like, oh, OpenShift made so many things so much easier because it abstracts
what
it, right?
Difference. Okay, interesting.
So, but then I got really deep into Kubernetes, Argo CD, and I started blogging about my experiences, and so on Medium, and then people started reading my blog, and then I ended up at 2 Cows. I don't know if you remember 2 Cows.
Oh yeah, very much
from the days of yore.
Days of yore. Seems like a long time. It wasn't that long ago, actually.
I know. I remember downloading their stuff for free. I'm like, hey, free Windows software, right? Mm-hmm. So at that time they were doing mostly domain, they were domain wholesaler, but they also had a division for SIM card provisioning. So they were launching that, and they hired me to basically manage an observability team and a platform engineering team. The platform engineering team was HashiCorp Nomad, 0 experience, but I had my Kubernetes experience, as my foundational experience, and then the observability stuff. I'd read a little bit about it when I was doing the release engineering work, but not enough. And I'm like, if I'm going to lead a team, I'd better make sure I level up. So again, it's researching on, Nomad, researching on observability. I got into charities tweets, and I'm like, oh my God, this is wonderful, and started following Liz Fine-Jones on Twitter as well, and then I caught their
amazing person too.
Oh my God, so amazing.
Love Liz.
And I caught their eye also, and they started retweeting my stuff, and I'm like, oh my God, this is the most wonderful thing in the world. These people that I look up to are retweeting my stuff.
Isn't that cool? What a great feeling.
So cool. So yeah, and then I got to my current job because my former boss saw one of my tweets, just linking to one of my blog posts exploring observability, and I think it was a rage post where I'm like, these are not the things you do. and so he's like, how would you like to do this for a living? I'm like, would I?
Well, you can see the thread. You can see how so many things you did really equipped you for the next thing.
Exactly.
And equipped you to be where you are. Did you have a technical background before you went into software development with Java? Or is that kind of, a lot of people just kind of happen into it, or because of interest?
Yeah, that's a good question. I did because my dad got me programming at age 10.
I was wondering about that, yeah.
Yeah, we had this old 386. It ran QBasic with the Gorilla game. Do you remember the Gorilla game?
I thought you were going to say it had a deck VAX in the basement or something,
No.
A really old computer.
Yeah, so
that's cool. Well, I mean, what a great difference that makes too for you, because you've got dad, family there helping you, tutoring where you need it. And
exactly.
It also brings the, Dad, leave me alone. Let me show you I can do it. I don't need you. But anyway.
But my educational background was not in software engineering. I wanted to build rockets. I want to build spaceships. I love Star Trek, and I was like, I would love to build a spaceship. So I wanted to be an aerospace engineer. And then I ended up with an industrial engineering degree, and they had an information engineering option at my school. So we actually took like some comp sci courses, like algorithms. I even took a microprocessors course and learned assembly language. So it was like always kind of there in the background, and so I had like the fundamentals, which was cool.
Yeah, a lot of building blocks that you
Yeah.
had with both experience prior as well as in school. Yeah, I read an article the other day. It was talking about computer science students, all the variations, MIS degree, all that kind of stuff. In the last decade, it's doubled the number of students that are taking those kind of classes. It just shows you how much of our job.
Yeah.
You don't have to be a full-time Java programmer or a full-time microservices developer or whatever, Kubernetes, but having that skill, like you did, equips you to do a lot of different things.
Yeah,
and you
absolutely.
understand how it works.
Yeah.
I don't need to be able to fix my car, but just kind of knowing a little bit more about how it works helps me know how to take care of it.
Exactly. I think one of the most valuable things, no matter where you are, whether you go to go get a post-secondary degree or whatever, is I think for our industry to stay current, you have to be really good at learning things quickly, right? Mm-hmm. And I think and if you can't, it's really hard to keep up, right? Because we have to know enough to be dangerous so we can do the thing, right? So I think that if anyone asks me what's your superpower, that is my superpower. Because
agree.
It's without it, I had 2 talks for KubeCon, one for Observability Day and one today. And my talk partner and I put these talks together in the span of a month, learning stuff that we'd never known before. Mm-hmm. And it's I think because of that background in the just-in-time learning, right, being able to pick stuff up fast and talk about it.
One of my software professors in college, he said one day, I think it was a junior, and he said, now just keep in mind, because we're like the advanced courses, just keep in mind, everything you learn here is going to be out of date in 6 months.
Exactly.
Matter of fact, it probably already is. Really? But which is intriguing to me, because what's happening? I want to go find out. And that's that thirst for learning and that joy. That really helps you propel your career.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the people who end up stuck in their careers are the ones who are refusing to learn the new things, and that might work for a bit, but then things are moving without them, mm-hmm. and then what?
Kind of, do you want to stay there and specialize? And that's okay, And other folks like to be more leading edge, sometimes bleeding edge too.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you were going to make any course corrections or do something a little differently in your path, is there any things you'd I would have liked to have done that, or I went down this for a while and that turned out not to be such a good idea. Anything you would do differently?
I don't think so. I think when I reflect on my career, I think everything that I did kind of led me to that. I had at one point an opportunity to leave, a bad situation for another job, and I stuck it at that bad job for a while. And I could have gone to a place that seemed welcoming and good pay and all that, and I stayed there because of the team. Now, for me, even though I regretted leaving later than I should have, 2 things came out of it. If I hadn't taken that path, I wouldn't be where I am now. But I also learned that you don't, as much as you love working with certain people, you don't stay there just because of the team, because you also have to have professional fulfillment.
Yes, I agree.
So whenever, when I was a manager and I'd have people leave my team who were really good, it's sad to see them leave, but the best thing you can do is wish them luck and hope that, you cross paths again. Maybe there's going to be some good karma headed your way at some point.
You hope they do great things.
Yeah,
maybe
exactly.
in small part because something you might have influenced or they learned or got to do while they were working together with you. Yep.
Exactly. So no regrets, I
have very similar thinking about those things. So no wonder I like having you so much as a guest. One of the reasons. But how have things changed? I mean, you think about CNCF and Kubernetes, and we were so focused on Kubernetes as part of cloud native.
Yeah.
A lot of this came about. And now, I mean, it is a kind of cloud-wide, and it's not generic. It's still very focused on cloud computing and cloud native and a lot of the aspects of it, but this is a much bigger community than it was even 5-10 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's so wild. I mean, I came from a background of very enterprise corporate stuff where open source, we don't touch that. We need a support model, right? So in my last few jobs were this more embrace for cloud native and open source. it's been like really eye-opening because like, for one thing, first of all, I thought this stuff was like scary hard. And then I'm like, oh, it's just code telling you to like provision infrastructure. I can deal with that. And then, just learning the new technology, it's not been that bad. But also like, in my current job, it was the first time I contributed to open source. And I thought, oh my God, like I've been coding forever, but I'm so scared of contributing to open source, right? Because when you do that, you have to put yourself out there. You are being vulnerable in front of all those approvers.
It's your work.
And
in front of hundreds, maybe thousands, maybe more of people, right?
Exactly, and it's so terrifying because it's like, well, what if they think I'm an idiot, right? And most of my work is around open telemetry, and I've been so lucky that the open telemetry community is so nice. So, whenever I have like submit a pull request and they have like a comment, but it's like the nicest way to like basically say, oh, it's not quite this, it's that, you might want to clarify. So it makes it less scary.
They're helping
to
you as
contribute.
opposed to, telling you did something wrong.
Yeah, it's it's the opposite of those like really awful trolly posts on Stack Overflow when someone's like, you didn't read the manual, and I'm like,
the trolls.
Okay.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I really want to go out there and comment after that. Right?
Yeah, right. I mean, it's
threads.
like, thanks, I'll never ask a question again.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah.
It's so interesting. Things have changed. Obviously, I'm a lot older. When I came up with school, you really learn something and learned it deeply, and before you go out and try things. And I kind of had an aha moment one time. I was interviewing people about a new product, and somebody mentioned that they had poured their patio in their backyard. And I'm like, oh, really? Have you done that work before? No, I'd never done that before. Really? How did you decide you could do that? He said, well, I watched a video on YouTube, and it was only 2.5 minutes. I figured if you can learn in 2.5 minutes, I could do that.
Yeah.
That's a different metric than I grew up with.
Oh my God, yeah.
Fantastic.
know.
What an enabling way to kind of think about it.
It's so true because I think it shows you that a lot of these things that you think are completely scary really aren't. It's just the way in which they're presented. Which for me, like that's my mission when I try to teach other people as well, because one of my pet peeves is I'm trying to learn something new and the documentation is sparse, or like, the people who are working on it are so in the weeds that of course they understand it, but they're not looking at it from my perspective.
Right.
So I really my technical blog posts are excruciatingly detailed to the point where it's like a 15-minute read, but I will give you all of the steps, right? So I don't want you to go through the thing that I went through. So I try to do that, but I'm also trying to get into the personal habit of like, yeah, I'll write the blog post because it feels nice doing that, but I also want to contribute back to the original docs, right?
Yeah.
Because that should be our source of knowledge, our source of truth, right, for these things. So.
Well, anything coming up next at the conference you're looking forward to? Do you have a talk coming up?
I've got a talk this afternoon at 4:30 on the observability track. We dig into an aspect of the OTel operators target allocator component for Prometheus people who are looking to collect ingest Prometheus metrics using OTel. So
a lot of Prometheus as well as OTel users.
Yeah,
of course.
yeah,
I can
indeed.
imagine it's going to be a pretty popular topic.
Yeah.
Have you written a blog post about it yet?
We have, yeah. We get into the habit of we blog and write the talk. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so it'll be coming out on the OTel blog.
You're doing podcasting too, right?
I do. I have a podcast that I run with my daughter. It's called Geeking Out, and she does the editing, and she designed the logo on the t-shirt and the sticker on my mask.
Very cool.
And yeah, we just have geeky conversations with various people. Last year I got Kelsey Hightower to come on, who I met at KubeCon during his book signing. He saw the sticker on my mask and he's like, what's that? I'm like, it's my podcast. He's like, I do podcasts. I can come on your podcast. I'm like,
okay.
Made my year.
Yeah, exactly.
And I had Charity Majors on as well early in the year. So
Charity's fantastic.
I've had some really cool guests, and I like to get, the high profile, but also the folks that nobody knows but have really cool things to say.
They're doing good work.
They are, yeah.
So where can folks find out about your podcast? Where can they check out your blog?
Yeah, so I have a blog on Medium. It's called Adri, so ADRI-V.medium.com. That's where you can find my blog. And then Geeking Out podcast, the URL, you can just go to bento.me/geeking out, and it'll link to all of my socials.
Well, fantastic.
So you can follow it there.
Keep up the good work, and
Thank
congratulations to, thanks to ServiceNow for supporting you and people like you in the company that are not just pushing product out the door. Yeah, you're doing that, helping customers and business, but you're also doing it while you're helping the community too. So that's nice to be in that environment.
Yeah.
And that's appreciated. So
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for having me. Appreciate
it's always a pleasure. When we look forward to the next time. I don't know if you're scheduled, but I'm sure you will be within the next week or two now that we've talked. So.
Awesome. Sounds good.
Jody will be reaching out.
Yay.
Our executive producer.
Love it.
Schedules,
Always down for it. Always down for it.
Good deal. Well, have a good rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Pleasure seeing you in person.
Yeah, nice
Take
to see
care.
you too, Mitch.
All right, Adriana
Villela.
Villela, thank you very much. I only say it every other time we were on a panel, so I should know it well. But Adriana's been fantastic. Sure, what a great journey. And if you're kind of thinking about your career and where you are, there's a lot of great lessons learned that maybe even if you took a funny path, you're not sure if that was helpful. I'll bet it will be. Many examples where that was that way for Adriana. So stay tuned. We have other fantastic guests, just like Adriana, coming up, and we'll be talking with a few. So don't go away. We'll be right back. Hey everybody, welcome back. We are here at KubeCon, Cloud Native Con 2024 in Paris, France, talking to more fabulous, fantastic people, including Bob Wise, who's joining us today, CEO with Heroku.
Heroku, yes.
And now been part of Salesforce for a while. And I really want to kind of catch up and see what's happening. But I'd love to tell us your origin story around Kubernetes and kind of what's happening here. 'Cause,
yeah, for
you
sure.
know, you're one of the OGs
in Kubernetes. So I had been working at a telco, a small telco, and we had been trying to build an edge cloud solution, and it was not going that well for us. We were having lots of problems with getting our pipelines and effectively our orchestration, and we weren't using containers. And I had run across Joe Beta and Brendan Burns, and they were telling me about what they were doing with Kubernetes. I got really interested in it, and I had Brendan came and talk to a group in Seattle, I'm based in the Seattle area, about what they were doing, and it sounded like such a good fit for this problem we were working on that I went and installed it for the first time myself. This is pre 1.0. And then I got a really interesting job offer to go to work for Samsung Group. And the job we didn't call it this to begin with because we didn't even call it Cloud Native at that point, but eventually we called the job the Cloud Native CTO. And the job was figure out where is the world going with all this tech, because there are so many different options. What's happening with like virtualization versus containerization. And so we did a full assessment of all the options, and we ended up making a really big bet on Kubernetes before Kubernetes even went 1.0.
Wow.
Because we felt like the direction of the project was headed that way. We decided that one of the big things that we were worried about from Kubernetes, there were two things we were worried about. One was scalability. Like at Samsung scale, big company scale, is this Kubernetes thing actually going to be able to
do anything small at Samsung? Other than maybe electronics, chips,
exactly.
But everything else is big.
And those, a lot of.
Yeah.
And so I ended up helping form the first SIG in the Kubernetes project, which was SIG Scalability, because what we wanted to do was help the project and push the project along to making sure that it would scale up to what we needed. And then I was part of the Kubernetes 1.0 launch. I demoed a little Kubernetes cluster live in the middle of the keynote, which was a little nerve-wracking, but it all worked.
Talk about having an influence on the industry. Yeah. You have to have a big sense of pride about that.
I'm super happy about that. It's great. I haven't been to KubeCon for a few years because of COVID. So this is my first time back. I have spent so much time catching up with all my old friends in the Kubernetes community. It's been really great. So the track record I had, like helping Samsung out there and making that early bet, meant that when AWS was looking for someone to launch the EKS business, I got the job and I was super happy. One of the most exciting open source projects as a managed service on the world's biggest public cloud. Wow. How could you say no to a job like that?
And it's a perfect progression from what you've been doing,
And then Salesforce made a big bet on Kubernetes, made a big bet on EKS. So Salesforce was one of my biggest customers when I was running the EKS team, and that's what led to me taking the Heroku job. It did not hurt my impulse to join the Heroku team that for the whole 4 years I was at AWS, every team that would come along and meet with me would say, well, we're using Kubernetes, and the thing we're trying to build for our teams as a platform is we're trying to build Heroku for ourselves. And I heard Heroku over and over and over again the whole time.
Why do you think they were trying to build their own? And
it's because Kubernetes was designed and built by crusty operations people for crusty operations people.
All right, and you said it, I didn't.
I mean, a lot of the problems, those are the problems we had at the telco I was working at, is people talk about development and then operations. Most companies, Samsung included, if you look at the total life cycle of what are people doing for the dev part and then the deployment and operations bit, it's like 80-20. And so
absolutely.
if you improve the development bit a lot, you don't get as much a gain as if you even improve operations by some. And so Kubernetes really addressed the most painful part, but it's still complicated, hard to use. Developers still need some help, and so the reason you hear that over and over again is the operations pain has been largely solved, but the development pain maybe not so much.
Interesting. So we have made progress on the operations side.
Yeah, we've totally made progress on the operations side. Immutable deployments, the idea of, you have this packaged thing, the container, that it's going to work the same in development and staging and deployment, and the idea that you don't change things in production, this the immutable concept that you build the new thing, you throw the thing away in production and you replace it completely, is such a move forward in terms of a kind of operational philosophy.
I remember when I got introduced to Heroku, would have been before you joined, but it was really sort of at the time they would call it shadow IT, but it was the way of developers getting access to, instead of opening a ticket, right, the traditional problems. But it was just a really easy environment to get up and running very quickly for development teams, and even take it to kind of a production state. I don't know. Still true. Is that a model that has really grown and expanded, or have you shifted focus in what you're doing?
I would say much like the big cloud providers, certainly AWS. Like AWS kind of got to start with shadow IT as well.
Very much,
the people come along and put the credit card in, and
poof.
But the Heroku business today is very much a big enterprise business. Much the way public cloud is. It's just we make it super easy. So
excellent.
We for sure do have the folks that come along and put their credit card in.
Yeah, it's still easy entry, and
that's still a thing. But
supporting large enterprises is a whole different problem. You talk about operational scaling, all the things you've done.
Absolutely, and I think this is where the Salesforce acquisition of Heroku has helped Heroku a lot. The Salesforce is an amazing operation when it comes to customer trust and support, and like doing all the things on a global basis at scale. And so you sort of put the two together and you've got something magical.
Now you're, where do you want to take things next? What's kind of on the horizon?
Well, for sure, we're doing a lot more now with generative AI. And so we have for example, we just added PG Vector into the Heroku offering. Maybe I should say, a lot of people think of Heroku as being, let's say, more of a compute service. You have Dyno, you have some code, easy, like push the code into production, but half of what we do is databases. And part of the magic is you get all of the pieces that you need to build applications. You get the Dynos, you get the compute, you get Postgres, you get storage. We have Redis, we have the pipelines. You basically get everything you need in a single package. And so the first thing in this space that we shipped is PG Vector. Vector database is really important for RAG and other things.
Absolutely, yeah.
We have some really exciting things coming through the rest of the year to help folks with accelerated inference. I think Heroku is, in the AI space, it's probably not the place where people are going to do like train new big models. But it is definitely going to be the place where people run inference and run production things.
There's a lot of interest in small language models, domain specific.
Right. Yes.
Not
sure.
The ChatGPTs or whatever the world.
And whatever I just said is probably incorrect. Was incorrect maybe a week ago, or definitely going to be wrong 2 months from now.
We need the statement at the bottom. Prediction of future performance. And all that
exactly.
Kind of stuff,
no, it's there's really been even tremendous progress in the last few months, even on running smaller models. So maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully, I'm wrong that there will be a lot more of these models actually built. But I think how we're seeing it at the moment is that's part of what you want to be able to easily run and package.
I don't mean to ask this a negative way, but what do you think we're doing not quite right about how we're thinking of adopting AI and using AI? Is there sort of an opportunity that we need to be headed this way now?
That's a big question.
You can go anywhere you want.
So let me constrain my answer to the effect on developers, because I think this thing has been going on a long time, and Kubernetes and Heroku have helped development teams cross this chasm, and it's a really hard chasm to cross. And the chasm is, you build some code, it's back to deployment and operations. can you actually deploy that code running into production without operations people touching it? And if you look at the really high performance organizations, they tend to have this thing, which is they are terrified if human beings touch the code on the way to production. Whereas a lot of teams that are less productive are terrified if humans aren't touching it on the way to production.
Okay.
And so that's the chasm, and getting to a point where you're able to do fully automated, continuous deployment is super hard.
Yeah.
Not continuous delivery, but continuous deployment, like all the way into production. And I would say probably the company that has, publicly at least, really mastered that would be Facebook. And one of the reasons that they made that big investment is they're known for being able to have like very junior people come in, build lots of things, and then not get that stuff pushed into production if it doesn't pass test cases, lots of guardrails, lots of testing infrastructure. And what we're seeing now, I think, is the effect of generative AI on coders is it's kind of like everybody just added another 10 junior developers to their team. And
It's a good way to look at it, right?
And so it means that the investment that's required to cross that chasm of testing and continuous deployment becomes even more critical. And so I think the big effect here is that the companies that have made the investment to cross the chasm are going to get huge benefit because all these junior programmer robots are going to safely help them increase their productivity. And the folks that haven't crossed the chasm are now going to need more people to keep an eye on all the new robots.
So, is there the argument worth making then, if you want to be successful at AI, one of the things you really need to do is get across that chasm.
You have to get across that
You're not going to be able to harness all those bots
when
writing
it comes
code,
to software
right?
development, I think that's absolutely true. And the competitive gap between the folks that have crossed that chasm and not is getting wider and harder and more important to cross.
Very cool. What are you most surprised to see coming back after a few years absent or doing other things COVID and wise? And what are you like, wow, I didn't expect this? Or,
one of the things I didn't expect is, back when I was going to KubeCon more often, the big KubeCon was in the US and the sort of smaller secondary show was in Europe. I don't think that's where we are now. Like there's a lot of people here and the energy is so amazing. And so I'm kind of thinking that it's sort of looking to me like maybe KubeCon Europe is like the main event now.
Come on US, come on North America, we need to get with the program here, right?
So it's just amazing to see all the energy here. And
there's an all-in feel kind of to it too.
Absolutely.
Here is what I get.
The other area here on the show floor that is super busy and great to visit is the CNCF project area. You go to the go and visit with all the folks that are putting all this energy into the open source projects that are part of the CNCF. Also pretty amazing.
It is. Well, thanks for your contributions to getting us here, which are many, and the great work you're doing with Heroku and
excellent.
And
Thank you so
onward.
much. Thanks for having me on the show.
It's been fantastic talking with you.
Thanks.
Hope you'll come back again.
I will be happy to do that.
Awesome.
Right,
awesome.
thanks.
So Bob Wise, who is CEO with Heroku and OG of many fundamental and important things that we rely on every day. So big thanks to him and many others who contributed to that. So as I said, we have fantastic guests. They don't get better than they do here on Techstrong TV. So stay tuned. We got other amazing folks. I don't know if they're the OG of things as much as Bob, but they are fantastic guests too. So thanks, Bob.
All right, thank you.
right, guys, we're back at KubeCon plus Cloud Native Con here in lovely Paris, and we're talking to Cole Kennedy, who's CEO for Testify Sec, and we're going to be talking about, well, the failure to communicate in the land of DevOps. Cole, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me.
We have all these tools. They generate all this data, and I've talked to developers about this issue a million times because they hate this, right? They're like, somebody comes along and says, can you update this? Or whether it's a project management app or whatever it is, and they go, why do I have to update it? All this stuff is in this thing already. I have this tool here. Why can't you just collect it? And they get frustrated because they don't want to sit down with somebody and say, you know, here's the update. Or they don't want to have to come out of their thing and say, you know, let me send you a message about a thing I just did so then we can have this asynchronous conversation.
Yeah.
That is all a waste of time. So how do we kind of uplift this whole thing?
Well, I think, you know, we can look at, you know, the recent past. And when we started working with DevOps, right, it was all about how do we communicate? How do we communicate more effectively, right? You know, before we had these DevOps methodologies, it might have been that email that you sent to your production team saying, hey, here's a binary, let's go deploy this thing, right? But over time, we started developing APIs to help us out with this, right? Kubernetes, Ansible, Terraform, these are all APIs that allow us to communicate much, much more effectively. The problem is that, you know, we don't have these APIs really, or these APIs are very new when it comes to communicating about security, which is, I think, a lot of these tools that you're talking about.
I see folks, they like use even Discord servers now to kind of communicate about a project. Feels like we've done a lot of unnatural things to figure this out. So how automated can automated get as we go forward? Because you guys got the framework now, but what comes next?
Right, so, well, the framework, first of all, I'll do a little plug. The Intoto is the API that allows a lot of this to happen. It allows you to create signed metadata about the different events in your software delivery lifecycle. Right, so when we have this trusted telemetry to communicate these events, we can evaluate this in an automated way, right? So pushing all these events into an API, whether that's a security scan, a two-party code review, you know, or some other sort of a sign-off or other tool that you use. Once you put all this data into an API, that data can actually be used and be automated or evaluated in an automated way. So that's really, you know, where the industry should move to if they want to fix some of these issues around communication with DevSecOps and speed up these manual processes.
We've had this issue for years, and we're now at a KubeCon event.
Yep.
Is there something about cloud native and microservices that kind of forces this conversation? Do we get to a level of complexity where people go, I can't deal with this anymore?
Yeah, I think that's what you're seeing is that we're moving much, much faster because we have these APIs around DevOps, but we're still slow when it comes to security because we haven't been able to make that communication more efficient. And so when we have microservices, right, that's even more applications that are moving even faster into production. So security can become a really big roadblock unless you have a really good methodology to understand the status and the risk of your artifacts. And when you have more artifacts because you're using microservices and you're using DevOps, you have more releases, right, it only compounds the issue. And so this is why you're seeing a lot of the CISOs, a lot of security engineers are very overworked. And this problem becomes untractable unless you kind of change your methodology and how you're doing things.
So in a way, we're kind of creating this immutable workflow that we can understand and we can verify that this took place with this time, with this component.
Mm-hmm.
Who wakes up in the morning and says, we got to go solve this issue? Is it the security side? Is it the DevOps team? A CIO, CTO?
Yes, well, I mean, you know, it's up to the CISO, the CEO of the company to understand where their risk is. And we've seen a lot of organizations have failed to understand how much risk exists in their software. So it starts from the top up, right? And then, you know, as an engineer, we have the responsibility to put out secure software that protects our users. So that's from the bottom up too, right? And so it really has to be a whole organizational effort, which again comes to the problem of communicating, right? Sometimes it's very difficult to have that cross-organizational communication, especially when it's a manual form of communication.
It seems like there's a lot more regulations talking about securing the software supply chain. We had the Biden administration issue an executive order for the federal agencies anyway. Do you think we're going to see more of that type of regulation that's going to require companies to go address this issue a little bit more? Because right now I feel like it's still, it's a vitamin in the sense you should do this, but it's going to become a headache real soon.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see it change from should to shall. The CISA just released that self-attestation PDF that now if you're a CEO of a company, you need to sign that thing or have a designee that's authorized to sign that thing. And that form, puts down on paper that you comply with secure software development practices when you're pushing out software. So if you're selling to the U.S. government, like these are shall now. You must do these things in order to do business with the government. So I think we're going to start seeing this filter down to other organizations such as large banks and other industries working with high compliance, right? Because a big part of their threat is that software coming in from their vendors, and they really want to be able to control that. And right now, it's very difficult for them to do that because we get back to that communication, right? It's tough for them to communicate what the status of or what the vulnerabilities of the software that's coming into their system. They just don't have a system set up to do that.
I don't think everybody knows who you are, but how did you get into this? Where did you come from? I mean, not everybody wakes up in the morning and goes, I know, I'm going to go solve this security software management issue.
Yeah, so my co-founder and I, Mikhail, we were working for Joint Special Operations Command, developing applications to help the warfighter downrange. And I actually got sent overseas a week before Christmas to go deploy this application. And I got there, and because it was on a different network, this was a NATO network versus a US network, the compliance rules were completely different. So we weren't able to deploy that piece of software because we didn't check all the boxes. So I ended up spending Christmas away from my wife and my one-year-old daughter, and we completely failed the mission. The warfighter didn't get the software they needed, and all because of this compliance issue. So this really gave my co-founder and I the impetus we needed to say, hey, what do we do to solve this problem, right? And it ended up being a lot more complex than we thought it was. So 5 years later, we were working with DoD Platform One for a consultancy called Foxboat. And we ran into some of these similar issues, but this was for a nuclear weapons program. They had these requirements that code, it needed to get checked, right? But this didn't fit into the paradigm that Platform One had created. So we reached for this open source project called In Toto and started implementing there at DoD Platform One. And it worked great, but it's a very academic project. So Mikhail and I, we started working with that project, adding the features needed to work with enterprises, and that's when the company we're working for actually got sold to IBM. So we're like, hey, we think we have an idea here. We think we know how to solve this problem, and it's a problem that does need to be solved. So we started Testify Sec with the purpose of providing everyone with secure software.
So, first of all, let me ask you. Is your wife still talking to you? Because most people, with a one-year-old and you're overseas and it's Christmas, you would probably be getting a lot of dirty looks for a long time.
Yeah. Now that I'm bringing her to KubeCon in Paris, she's much more happy with me. But yeah, it was, solving these problems does take a lot of support from your family, especially when you're getting deployed. It was a difficult job, but it's something that had a profound impact on myself and a profound impact on my co-founder.
Well, besides what happened on the family side, but with the work, do we underappreciate the amount of stress that we create because we don't have the right kind of handoffs and the right ability to verify that this was created? Because it seems like there's a lot of, I don't know what I got, or I get there and suddenly I'm missing a component in your case, but have we become our own worst enemy sometimes?
Yeah, and that's all goes back to the inability to communicate. If a CISO could communicate with the developer and says, this is exactly what you need the software to do in order to be compliant, and do that in a way that the developer understood, right, a lot of these problems would go away, right? But what we see is, okay, the software is ready to go in production, but now we're missing step 7, 8, and 9 because we have all these regulations because this is going into a bank, or this is going into a weapon system, or this is going into some other high compliance areas, and we just can't we got to do the right thing, right? We got to be compliant.
Right. The Army has an acronym called SNAFU, right? Have we accepted that too much in software? Because it feels like sometimes our teams are willing to put up with a lot of things that maybe they shouldn't.
Yeah, as a software engineer, we're taught to move very fast, right? Shipping things is the most important thing. And with that methodology, right, we forgot about basic engineering, right? When we create something, we should test it to make sure it works right. And I think now we're starting to see all that come full circle with DevOps, now turning into DevSecOps, baking that security in. So I think things are changing. But yeah, there's a lot of work to do, right? We need that verification, that formal verification of our software and the processes our software goes under in order to understand the risk associated with it.
So what's your best advice to folks? Because you've been here, you've lived it, and you know these teams. So when you go visit a customer, what's that kind of thing that comes to mind when you go, folks, man, if you just thought about this one little thing, it would make a world of difference?
Yeah, it's all about observability, and the software delivery lifecycle is missing that component. And this is one of the things that we worked on with the CNCF Software Supply Chain Best Practices paper, as well as the CNCF Secure Software Factory Reference Architectures. We found that this observability component is just missing from all these different CI systems. So can I tell you an analogy?
Sure.
So, I mean, if you had a daughter and she was getting married and she wanted this perfect cake for her wedding, right, you would bring that set of instructions to the baker. And then a couple of weeks later, that baker would drop that cake off at the wedding. Well, what you've done is you've established a trust relationship with that baker. If that kitchen that they baked it in was dirty, or they didn't wash their hands, or they used the wrong ingredients, you really don't have any way of knowing that until you eat that cake and get sick from it or don't get sick to it. So if you didn't want your wedding to be ruined, I would recommend that you hire an observer to watch how that cake's being made, right? Every time that baker washes their hand, they write that down on a piece of paper and they sign it, right? They look at what is the oven set to, write that down on a piece of paper and sign it. What ingredients go into it, right? Write that down on a paper and sign it. So now when that cake is delivered, you can deliver that envelope with all those steps in it. And as long as you trust that signature on that envelope, you know how that cake was made, right? You don't have to trust that baker. Now you can trust that observer to know that, hey, this wedding is not going to get ruined. And we need to do the same thing with our software, right? We need an observer to watch the process of our software being made. And then when we do that, right, we can look at those observations, and as long as we trust them, right, now we can run that software with a good sense of assurance that, hey, it was built the way that our regulators tell us we need to build it, or the way our CISO tells us we need to build our software, right? Now we know it is because we trust that observer.
So what are the components to make that happen? Because if it's observability, right, I need some ability to collect it and some ability to analyze it. So what are those things?
Right, so we maintain two open source projects at TestifySec. One is Witness and the other is Archivista. So Witness is our observability tool. This collects information around the CI process. You can either embed it directly into your CI process, or we do have some integrations with GitLab and GitHub that make it a lot easier to do. But then you need somewhere to put this information. So that's why we created Archivista. So Archivista is a storage database that stores these in-toto attestations and allows you to query them. So with these two components, you're effectively able to observe the entire supply chain, have a great place to store that information and query it. And then Witness also has a policy engine that allows you to evaluate all this evidence to determine whether an artifact is compliant or not. Most of the time this process takes days, right? Because you're exchanging emails back and forth. We can reduce that time with this tooling to under a second.
You can't walk down the street without somebody talking about AI. Is this a foundation for, right now I'm going to go query something to find something, but at one point will it start to just tell me that there are certain things that are a high risk proactively in a kind of a danger Will Robinson kind of way, but let me know that there are issues in there that I'm not even aware of?
Yeah, I think AI definitely has a place to play in the area of security, but exactly what you said, right? To bubble up information that you might not normally see. Where I don't see AI playing a role in security is where we need to make deterministic decisions about the risk of a software artifact, right? So a decision made by an AI engine isn't necessarily, at least not today, is not going to pass the muster for most compliance officers, right? So we need some way to do that deterministically. So that's really what we're focused here on Testify SAG, is not using AI to evaluate these attestations. However, we use a deterministic model to do that, and then we'll use AI to help the user sift through the information and find out, some of the stuff you're talking about, those events.
Probabilistic is a fancy word for gambling, right?
Yeah, right? It is, and regulators don't like that.
Right, exactly. Buddy, thanks for coming on by.
Hey, thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you guys for watching this episode. Don't move just yet. Thanks, guys, for watching this episode, and we'll be back in a minute.
Everybody, welcome back to KubeCon. Mitch Ashley here with Techstrong Group, Techstrong Research. We're in Paris 2024 at the Hoppin', Kickin', Active. It's happening here. If it's anything to do with cloud and Kubernetes and microservices and everything else. But there's a lot of other things going on too. And we're joined today by a very special guest, Cassandra Chen, who is a student, an author, a workshop leader, all kinds of things, working on some white papers, a lot of great stuff around technology. Welcome, Cassandra.
Hi, so I'm Cassandra Chen. I'm doing a computer science major for my school, and I'm doing online college, so that lets me go to cool conferences like KubeCon. And I'm a recent book author, so one of my recent projects is writing this book called Fitby's AI Friend. And since we're at KubeCon, the Fitby is one of the mascots for Cloud Native. So I wrote a book inspired around it so more people can get interested into Cloud Native technologies.
It's a great book. The illustrations in it are amazing. Did you do the illustrations too, or you have those done?
I had an illustrator do the illustrations. His name is Ramon, and he actually lives in France.
Oh, really? Okay.
I worked really closely with him to create this book.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's a great book. Very cool. What's the theme? Kind of what's the lesson behind the book?
There's a lot of things going on, but I think the main priority is teaching kids technology. And with all this AI hype, of course, we want to teach our kids AI as well. Mm-hmm. So, can you pass it again?
Oh, yes. I'll let you hold it.
So this book, has beautiful illustrations. So on the surface, it looks like a normal picture book, but it's also a workshop. So this is a really high-level introduction of the workshop, and it tells you to go to a website and with instructions. The workshop is all done in Scratch. I think a lot of kids are familiar with Scratch, or parents know of Scratch, and they have this conception that Scratch is easy for kids.
Mm-hmm. Don't they use it in school a lot? I think it's a pretty common tool.
Yeah, schools use Scratch a lot.
Yeah.
So for the workshop, I have a AI extension for Scratch, which lets you use AI ML with Scratch. The extension is written using the TensorFlow AI library. Mm-hmm. There's this scanning page for the workshop. So you hold the page up to the camera and you take pictures to get the algorithm to recognize the characters.
Very cool. So is that part of the workshop, is getting it all working together enough that they will detect which image you're looking at? And
yeah, so the goal is if you want the computer to see Fitby, you just hold the book up and the computer says it's Fitby.
That's really cool. A nice sense of accomplishment too, right? Hey, it did it. It worked. What I did worked.
And I think for parents, there's a lot of AI going on. Probably their boss just tells them to use more AI in their daily work. And it's difficult to explain AI to your kids sometimes. So this is a good way to connect the parents' work to the kids.
We talk a lot about AI, but we don't really say what it is very much in TV shows, and oftentimes they don't always describe it right either. It's kind of, yeah, that's sort of AI, but not really.
Another goal of the book is to teach kids, but maybe also parents, about what AI actually is. Because as you said, this word gets thrown around a lot. A lot of my friends use ChatGPT and Google Gemini, but they don't really know how it works. So I think with this book, when you train your own machine learning model, you learn the best how it works if you actually do it yourself.
Mm-hmm. There's that kinetic learning, that doing and seeing how it works, and then it starts to make sense as opposed to just a concept. It's a great way to learn. Very cool. When did this come out?
A week or two ago.
Okay.
I just finished writing this book, and I started working on it in January. So 2.5 months of really intense work. I highly don't recommend writing a book that fast. Please give yourself more time.
I've never written a book but I've talked to many people that have, and especially do it in that short a time period. You have to really have, it's kind of a labor of love. You really have to want, this is a passion of mine. I really want to complete this. I want to create this book. And what was your inspiration for doing this?
I think my inspiration is there's other Phippy books at KubeCon. If you go to the CNCF store, there's the Illustrated Guide to Kubernetes. The goal of the book is to teach kids about how Kubernetes clusters work, because parents have a really hard time explaining how that works.
No, I'll bet. Sometimes, simple is hard, really breaking it down to fundamental concepts and easy ways to understand things. That can be really difficult, especially if you're steeped in knowledge about something. Some people have that talent, and others of us struggle with that. So having especially a visual learning tool like this, it's a medium they're very familiar with, right? Kids see that kind of thing all the time, whether it's books or cartoons or shows or characters. They're, Pokemon and everything else, right? We're all familiar with animal characters like that.
I'm also teaching the workshop at CNCF Kids Day.
Tell us about that, yeah.
It's the Saturday after KubeCon. We're expecting about 70 kids, which will be a really good turnout. And I'll be teaching the book workshop to the kids so they get to learn hands-on. And it also gives me some visual feedback of how they perceive the book and the instructions, if they're easy to follow.
Very nice. Yeah, that'll be great feedback for you. So either second edition or your next book, you can fine-tune it based on what you learned from it too.
I have a lot of experience teaching kids. Like when I was a kid at 13 years old, my dad told me to just teach a workshop to kids. And since then, I've kept going at it. I've been teaching kids workshops at international conferences.
And who's your dad?
Oh, my dad is Stephen Chin.
Stephen Chin with JFrog. Yeah, I think he's a familiar face around here. What was it about? Why do a workshop as something to take on and teach kids? It's because you already had a real interest in enjoy teaching.
I think doing workshops. I like working with kids, and it teaches me how to teach others. Mm-hmm. And when I go to conferences, I wasn't quite ready to give my own session to adults yet. So as a kid, what can I do to contribute back to the community? And I think the answer for that at the time is teaching kids workshops.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic. What year in school college are you at right now?
I'm in my third year of school.
Okay, and what's your plan? So you're gonna keep going to school for a while? What do you want to do when you get out?
I'm actually not sure yet. Mm-hmm. I should try to find an internship so I have job experience. Mm-hmm. But I think it would be nice to write more books on the side, just as a hobby. Yeah,
and it's a passion. So are you interested in getting into cloud native and computing and doing software development, or do you think you want to do something else with a computer science degree?
I think I'm pretty open. I'm more into combining technical coding with communication. Mm-hmm. I like working with people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of ways you can create podcasts. You can do YouTube videos and TikTok and all of that kind of thing. A lot of mediums to reach out to people, as well as teaching workshops. Well, if your workshop goes well, I'm sure it will.
It definitely will.
It definitely will. Good. And 70 kids in one room.
It's divided up into 4 workshops.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that's a lot of kids in one place.
They get some good one-on-one time because the classes are smaller.
That'll help. Definitely help. Well, Cassandra, thanks for stopping by and sharing your book with us. If somebody wants to get a hold of that book, where can they find it?
Yeah, so they can find this on Amazon, and there's also a French version of the book. So if you know French better, you have kids who speak French, then you can find a French version on Amazon France.
Great. And I don't think we said the title. It's Phippy's AI Friend, right?
Phippy's AI Friend, Story and Workshop for Kids and Parents.
So
I recommend doing the workshop with your parents.
Yeah, do it with your parents. That's a great thing to learn together. Really good idea. Well, thank you, Cassandra. Appreciate you being with us. I told you we have fantastic guests on Techstrong TV here at KubeCon, and Cassandra is yet another knowledgeable and aspiring computer scientist and educator and learner herself. So thank you for tuning in. We're going to have more interviews, so don't go away. Got more good content coming. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Hi everyone, we're back here live in Paris for KubeCon, Cloud Native Con. Day 2 seems even wilder than day 1. There's a constant hum, on the floor and the traffic and it's just a great day. I really love this event. This guy sitting next to me here, he's in a big way responsible for this event. You may not know him because he's not out, maybe he's front and center as some of the other folks. But I want to introduce you to Arun Gupta from Intel and from the Cloud Native Computing Foundation and from the Open Source Security Foundation, and we could go on and on. But Arun, welcome. Thank you for being on Techstrong TV with us.
Thank you. I'm super excited to be here. And it takes a village, a much bigger village to run an event like this. So yeah, it's really a team effort. Everybody has pitched in, and it's very exciting here.
Well, I will tell you, I've been going to KubeCons since Seattle, I think was the first one I went to. And this, in every way measurable, is the best one I've been to.
Oh gosh, yeah. I was walking down the keynote hall while the keynote was happening because I had a meeting at 10 o'clock. And when I walk at the end of the keynote hall, looking at the keynote speakers and that sea of people, 12,000 developers, 12,000 plus developers, is the largest KubeCon ever. You walk around the expo hall here, you see the number of sponsors, you see the excitement, you see the buzz, you see the energy. Infectious.
Yeah, and that to me is the key thing, the energy. I'll be honest with you, I remember going to the KubeCon in LA. It was kind of still in the middle of COVID.
Well, exactly, and I think that was the challenge because, I had to get permission from my house.
Me too.
That, hey, you know what? You're going smack in the middle of COVID because 21.
Stay in a hotel 3 days before you come home.
Exactly. It was 2021 fall.
Yeah.
And the COVID was still there. In 22, there was still a big COVID wave.
Yes,
so in that sense, we were lucky that what we got over there. But this over here is the largest KubeCon ever.
Oh no, it's back. This is back to where San Diego was.
Yeah, San Diego was a little short of 12,000.
Right before KubeCon, yeah.
Exactly, that was 2019.
Right before COVID.
Before COVID, 2019.
Yep.
That was 2019 fall.
Yep, I remember it well. We were there shooting, and it was a great event.
Yeah.
And then from LA on, and this was all COVID related, but not only was it not as big, but the excitement, the buzz. Look, we had to space out the booths, remember?
I remember that very well.
It was a nice walk from booth to booth.
Here it's very huddled space.
It really is.
Was
it's a huge floor. People can't see if they're home. Because you can't see out there or this way, but it's a huge floor here.
It is, absolutely.
Yep. So, Arun, I didn't mention, you are the chairman of the CNCF.
Yeah, I'm the chair of the governing board for the Cloud Native Computing Foundation.
And this is your second yearly term?
So it's a 2-year term.
Okay.
So I was elected 2 years ago, and then earlier this year the elections happened again. Seems like I've done a few things right. I got elected back to the second term of 2 years now.
Congratulations. And
Thank you.
Picked a good man. Let's hear a little bit about your background. Look, for anyone who's never been involved in a organization, it doesn't have to be as big as CNCF, but any kind of community-led organization, it's a labor of love in many ways. You don't get paid for it, right? It's a lot of work. It takes a special person, a special drive. Where's the drive for you to do this?
I honestly thrive from it.
Do you?
This is what keeps me going, honestly. And a part of it is also the Intel culture. Open source is built on the shoulder of giants. And while coding is an exciting work, but a lot of it is about chop wood, carry water, which is non-coding. How do you review the pull requests? How do you organize events? How do you do the meetups? The governing board work. A lot of administrative, reviewing the budget, make sure it's going to the right places. And that's part of Intel's legacy, honestly. And when I joined Intel over 2 years ago, I wrote a blog post that Intel allows me to be my authentic self. And if a company allows you to be authentic self, it becomes so much more meaningful, so much more exciting, and so much more fulfilling. And I love talking to people, listening to them, understanding their challenges, and how can I bring those diverse perspectives in the room and allow them to converge and emerge a consensus out of them that you don't have to agree every time, disagree and commit and move on.
Yeah.
But how do we make sure, keeping that customer empathy in mind, that we work for them and make it work? I think that to me is what is very exciting.
Absolutely. Very good. Before it was Arun Gupta at CNCF, if you wouldn't mind, just like trace your career path for us.
Yeah, I moved to the US over 25 years ago, so more than a quarter century. So I've lived more life in the US, and I grew up in India, so I've lived more life in the US now. I've always lived in the Bay Area. I worked at Sun and Oracle for about 14 years, one of the OGs of the JDK team. So used to write the JDK stack, test it, interoperate it, all sorts of fun stuff. Spent a couple of years at Red Hat, Couchbase, couple of years. A few years at Amazon, defining their open source strategy. And right before Intel, I was at Apple, where I built their first open source program office.
Really?
And really trying to bring that cultural change. But then at Intel, Greg Lavender, who's our CTO, reached out, Arun, we want to bring that cultural change. And they made an offer I couldn't refuse.
As they say.
It's very exciting.
Good for you. That's fantastic.
Thank you.
So I want to jump into Intel, but before we do, great KubeCon. Where do you see CNCF going from here? How do you keep it on the upswing like that?
Yeah, one of the things that we always look for as a governing board chair, and I really push the governing board members, I push the TOC, the Technical Oversight Committee, the LF staff, the CNCF staff on a regular basis is, today we are 180 projects. We have hundreds of members. Where do we want to take it from there? Today we have 12,000 developers here at KubeCon. In 5 years, what would the success look like? Would 30,000 be a success? Would 40,000 be a success? If we are 180 projects, would 200, would 400 be a success? So, and I'm a runner, right? So I like to run, and I know that I'm gonna run a 10K, and what's my pace gonna be? And if I'm gonna run a 10K, then if I'm running at a 9-minute pace, here is how long it's gonna take me, and then I backtrack from there. So I think those are the kind of OKRs that we look at from the CNCF perspective, that this year where we wanna take it. I know this year, of course, as you realize, the big focus is on Gen AI.
Yeah.
So really building that story, working with the marketing folks within the LF, working with the TOC to make sure that we are bringing the right projects, looking at the CNCF charter, that is it inviting, we wrote the charter 5 years ago. Industry has changed, technology has changed. Keeping that charter relevant, bringing in concepts like code of conduct, that are we behaving right? Are we diverse? Are we inclusive? So those are some of the elements that we think about it to make sure not only we are doing things that are required to be done, but also creating scalable processes, streamlined processes that allows us to scale to that level. So constantly kind of pushing the boundary on what are the new technologies. I mean, today is Gen AI. We don't know what's going to be there for 5 years.
No.
But are we set up to embrace it when it comes along?
So would you say it's fair to say you don't have a goal of necessarily 200 or 300 projects, but you want to create a framework that will allow you to take on as many projects as it makes sense, given the community, given the state of our art of technology and everything else?
That's correct. I mean, the CNCF philosophy is let 1,000 flowers bloom, right? So if it ends up being 1,000 projects, what we are looking at is a pipeline. What is the software supply chain pipeline? And in that pipeline, they say the weakest link is how weak the pipeline is. So we're looking at what the weak points are, how can we highlight them, how can we make them more secure, more tight, more collaborative, more open, and then continue to grow from there.
Excellent. I want to talk about Intel, but before we do, I feel like we should give a shout out and spend a little bit of time at least on the Open SSF.
Sure.
You're the chairman of that working group as well?
I happen to be. Yeah, last year again the elections happened. I've been representing Intel on the Open SSF governing board for about 2 years now. And last year when the elections happened, I put my name in there. Seems like I've done a few things right there too. So I happen to be the governing board chair for the two, probably the largest technology open source foundations.
In Linux, yeah.
It's very exciting, rewarding, and equally humbling as well. That how do I make sure I stay connected and do the right thing?
So, look, our audience needs no introduction. I mean, we do Security Boulevard in addition to the rest of them up here. But, you know, there's probably nothing bigger in security today than like software supply chain security, SBOMs, and this type of thing. And OpenSSF is really playing sort of a pivotal role there, partnering with governments, both in the US and here in the EU, and in other places around the world, about how, you know, short of, no one wants to have Big Brother enforce it, but you know what? I'm glad to see the U.S. government getting involved. It's
that's sort of where the EO, Executive Order 14028, came in handy.
Yeah.
Where they said, if you want to work business with us, get SBOM ready. You know, Intel has been doing hardware bombs for a very long time, but now extending that concept and building that SBOM is critical for everybody that want to do business with, and nobody want to kill business with federal government. So in that sense, the big brother coming and saying, this is what we need.
Yeah.
So OpenSSF really plays a pivotal role, as you said, in there, because their charter is to improve the security of open source. That's it, period. One simple line. What do we do for that? I mean, well, we have a very large board, very concerned members, you know, CISOs and their representatives are on the board. We have lots of working groups, just like CNCF, we have a technical advisory committee, council, that we discuss regularly what are the things that we can do. One of the most popular projects from OpenSSF is a scorecard. So you can run that scorecard on your GitHub repo. It'll do the analysis. Are you following the right security practices? And it gives you a score. And once you get the score, then it tells you a recommendation. Hey, you want to go from here to here? Here are the things that you can do to improve your score, because that overall improves the security posture for open source and really is, as they say, securing the world one GitHub repo at a time, or one Git repo at a time.
Excellent. Let's turn to Intel. So as you mentioned, they brought you in really to anchor an open source culture within the company. What your official title there?
My title is Vice President and General Manager of Open Ecosystem.
It's a great title for that job.
Thank you.
What's Intel doing? I mean, besides letting you work with all of these foundations, how is it kind of grafting into the DNA at Intel and manifesting itself?
Very much so. I mean, Intel has a lot of legacy of working in the open source. So I'm here to, part of my role is Intel is internal and part of it is external. And internal really is to align that strategy across different business units, make sure there is a conscious and a deliberate act of when you are contributing to open source, how is it going to a downstream product, and from that downstream product, how are the customers consuming it, and then giving us feedback to do more in open source. So that flywheel is really critical, where you're telling everybody that this is how you focus on it. So that's sort of the big element that we drive. We have monthly executive meetings where we bring everybody, where they share their strategy, so that at Intel we call it as one Intel voice. So that there is one Intel voice around that. We did a Open Ecosystem Summit last year where we have more than 2,500 plus internal developers getting together and sharing their excitement about it. And one of the primary reasons Intel contributes to open source is because our customers consume our product, Intel Silicon, whether it's on a laptop or on an edge or on a data center or in a cloud, by using open source frameworks, whether it's PyTorch or TensorFlow or OpenJDK or Kubernetes. They expect that open source framework will work out of the box in a very streamlined manner on those instances, right? So that's where Intel continues to push our open source optimizations in the open source upstream, so that they are available. And so if a customer just walks down the street to Best Buy, buy a laptop, Best Buy is an electronics store in US.
Yeah.
So if you buy a laptop from there and you are running a stock TensorFlow or a PyTorch framework over there, and if it's using an Intel chip, boom, it's just working out of the box. So there is a one of the Intel cultural values is customer first. So the reason Intel contributes to open source, not just in code but chop wood, carry water, is that customer first culture.
Absolutely. You know, it's an interesting time in the chip world, right? Everybody talks about NVIDIA and 2 trillion, but on top of that, we're also seeing back in the U.S. huge investment in manufacturing chips in the U.S.
Right.
Saw in the news today the government, I think, granted Intel $8 or $9 billion.
Right. I saw the tweet by Gina Raimondo, which is the Department of Commerce secretary.
How does open source fit into there, you think?
Very well. I mean, Intel believes that open ecosystem creates an equitable playground. You know, every time we talk to customers, they tell us we don't like a logged wall because we cannot innovate. We are controlled and restricted and defined by one vendor. So that's sort of where exactly, you know, open ecosystem plays a role over there. So Intel is moving from an IDM 1.0 to 2.0 model. Up until now, Intel was designing and manufacturing chips. We will continue to do that, but because we have that experience of running fab at a scale, we're working with our customers and partners so that they can bring their design and we can manufacture it for them.
Almost like a micro fabs.
That's exactly what it is. Intel is now, the company is kind of structured within the company, that these are the business units and this is the fab part of it. There is a P&L between the two that is happening. And then as much as you do the internal P&L, you will do the external P&L as well. So that entire cultural shift is coming across, and that's where open ecosystem plays a key role. That no, we're going to do it on a very open, equitable playground. I'm not going to distinguish between my internal BU versus a customer, and so that cultural change is super important.
I love it. I love it. We're probably over time. I apologize. Of course, people can get information at cncf.org.
.io.
Excuse me. .io. OpenSSF.org. OpenSSF.org. And on Intel's open source?
They can go to open.intel.com. We have an excellent podcast. We bring all exciting guests at our Intel booth here. We have a podcast recording session. If you want to show up there, we would love to have you there.
Absolutely. Arun, thank you for coming on Techstrong TV, but more importantly, thank you for all you do in the community here. It must give you a tremendous sense of satisfaction to see it come to fruition like this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Arun Gupta, Intel, OpenSSF, and CNCF here live in Paris. We're going to be back in just a minute. Stay tuned.